Okay, we'll go ahead and start. Hold on. Hello? Okay. It's now 5:42 and Vice President Haskey. Call and verify quorum. Secretary Wells.
Here.
Board Member George.
Present.
Board Member Montoya. And I'm here, so there's a quorum 4-1. And if we could have one of our visitors do the pledge, lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance. And I was gonna have Ms. Gonzalez. Yeah. So you want to lead us into a prayer?
Gracious God, Heavenly Father, we just ask that you are with everyone who's here tonight. We ask for safety for all who are here and when they travel to and from these meetings. We thank you for this wonderful opportunity to serve the students of Central Consolidated, and we ask that you keep them in our hearts and our minds in all the decisions that we make this evening. We ask that we work together and guide us. Give us your guidance in this time. All these things we ask in your name. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Okay, board members, review the agenda. We'll go on to item E and approve the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda as stated.
Okay. I need a second.
I second.
Okay. Secretary Wells?
Yes, Madam President.
Vote?
Yes.
Board Member George?
Yes.
Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Vice President Haskell? Okay, 4-0, 4-1. And going to item 2A, comments. Did you want to announce that? Oh. Uh-huh.
Sharon, is Dr. Begay on?
No, Mr. Carlson, she's not on yet. Did you need me to get a hold of her?
For the comment section, if you would like to make a comment, I won't tell you what to say, but you can make a comment about just the stakeholder meetings that were held last night, tomorrow night, and Thursday night, just so people kind of have a heads up a little bit more.
Okay. We had our first stakeholders meeting last night, and we had several people that attended virtually, and we had a good amount that attended last night. We only had one tribal member that attended virtually last night, and so we're hoping that we get more of the community involved. We did serve dinner for them last night, and we did have some speaking. We had a student speak about the positives of the equity field trip that he went to, and how it helped him in his leadership role and coming out of his shell. And then we had Candace Thompson there as director, and we had Miss Gonzalez, and we had Mr. Venturina, and I was on virtual, and we had Becky Bryant to fill in for Miss Amanda Sutherland, and we had Jerry Herod fill in for CNI. And it was a really good evening. It did last all the way up until 8:30. We had a lot of very good, interesting questions that were able to be addressed by the people that were there. And so a lot of interesting things came up as far as the SAT and the bilingual program and the impact aid. So we're expecting, and we hope that on our next stakeholders meeting that we have more participation and hopefully more comments from the audience. So it was really nice to hear from the community, and then we had Mr. Montoya there as well. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we'll go ahead.
I'm just hoping that my comment was that I think it was a very positive representation. Hopefully we'll have some more, but it was a positive method to get more of the community input. So hopefully we'll have more participation in the other two, and then in the fall we'll have some more stakeholders meetings. Thank you.
Okay, there was another comment, but she's not here, and the upcoming, the other meetings?
Yes, ma'am. We will have those other meetings. The other meeting will be taking place in Kirtland. Um, I don't have the dates right here in front of me, but they are on the website, on the CCSD website. And I believe the next meeting will be Wednesday, I believe.
Tomorrow.
Wednesday or Thursday
Yes, at Bon Wilson.
at Von Wilson, yes. And then the last stakeholders meeting that we'll have will be at in Newcomb at the middle school gym.
Thursday, the 17th.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay, that concludes our comments. So we'll go on to item 3, board and superintendent report. And Secretary Wells, do you have a board member report?
I do not, Madam President.
Board member George?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Board member Montoya?
The first one I'd like to report on was attending the PLC, Professional Development. I attended both days along with all the educators from CCSD, and I really appreciated the opportunity to see exactly what comprised and made up that process, the PLC process, professional learning communities, and it was very educational in that respect to be able to sit and hear some of the comments from the staff and the exchanges with the presenters. There was some really good information that was disseminated to everybody, and I just appreciated the opportunity to learn along with them about that process. But one thing, again, that I truly believe in is that when it's applied and when it's done right, I believe that they're very effectual, and that's what the superintendent and I have talked about, the utilization of those PLCs. And I don't have a dollar figure, but I know that the district invested a lot of money and time in regards to educating the entire staff on that process as far as the educators are concerned. So I hope the building principals utilize that process within their schools and truly have their teachers collaborate together. One of the things that I found from that, again, is that that process is really driven by the educators themselves in the grades, which to me I'm a proponent of, because I believe in the autonomy of the educators and their ability to differentiate while teaching and in that classroom. The one thing I did not hear was micromanage. In fact, that was frowned upon by some of the presenters. It's the teachers that set the ground rules. It's teachers that keep themselves in check and hold each other accountable. And in one of the sessions, the question was asked, well, what if you have an administrator or somebody come down and they violate our norms? And the first thing that was said was, you hold them in check. You hold them accountable, just like you hold each other accountable. So I really appreciated that, because again, that tells me that the educators should be driving that process, because they're the ones who need to understand and know what to do in the classrooms for their students. So I thank the superintendent for that opportunity to take part in that. And the other one was, again, last night in that community stakeholders meeting that we had in Shiprock. There was some really good exchanges, as was said by Dr. Martinez, between the audience that was there and the people that were involved and the people online. There was some really good questions, and so I just really appreciate that engagement that occurred last night. I look forward to tomorrow's meeting here in Kirtland, and the same. Each community will have a little bit different perspective, but again, the focus is going to be on what we can do to help our students. So thank you for that one as well. And I believe I have one more. Next month, September, I'll be attending the NISA conference in Washington. And hopefully, we'll have some more information regarding our J1 visa and foreign nationals that teach within the state and the district. So hopefully I'll be able to bring some more information regarding that process as well. So thank you.
So I have a report. Tomorrow we'll be having another meeting concerning the safety summit, and I believe that's in Winter Rock somewhere. And so I'm glad to see that continuing and not falling. So I've been working and I haven't really gone through my email, and but would have been nice to go and be a part of the ICO meeting yesterday evening, and hopefully during the week I can take part in it and see what's all happening, what's being shared, and as far as I was referred to it as the pep rally. Well, somebody within the school district referred to it as pep rally, and I thought it was befitting, so I call it the pep rally too. And it was my hope, and I thought it was going to be different, and but I do have to say that, you know, the speaker that I did listen to, Dr. Ferlin Clark, was outstanding, and sure made it difficult for somebody to follow, and it's really good. It was great to see, you know, somebody of that status, and also coming from, have a background with PED, and then those are just some of the little stuff of his credentials, and but from what I saw, I hope the district can get more of him as a speaker, and but to take part of all of that, that would have really depleted my leave bank hours, and where in the past when it was down to one day, it would have and then where all the board can address, you know, that's my vision, and then other things could have happened, but hopefully it gets better, and we continue and communicate more. But really, I'm just really glad to hear that the safety summit is continuing, and hopefully with this year, this new year, that a superintendent, I think his 90 days is over, so And then with his new bookkeeper, so I think we're on a good roll. So, thank you. And we'll go on to item B, Superintendent Report.
Board President Aspis, thank you for that, especially that last comment. Al Capone appreciates it. Perhaps we can switch the board reports and superintendent reports, because basically what Mr. Montoya talked about and what you talked about is pretty much my whole report. So hopefully I can make this really quick this evening. I did want to mention the welcome back celebrations and especially the PLC Summit or Institute. We've called it both of them. Thank you to the Solution Tree presenters. I thought there were some outstanding, they're national presenters. So their message is it's well thought out. They're mostly successful educators, many of them principals who have put PLCs in practice. And so that's something that we all need to pay attention to, because most of them have won awards for doing so. And so I want to make sure that people understand the most important message is that teacher collaboration makes us better. And we will have professional learning communities in this district. It's something that, again, Mr. Montoya mentioned, they don't need to be micromanaged. The different buildings may run them somewhat differently. I would like to see the 4 essential questions that are all PLCs should be built around. That's what should be talked about in our PLCs. So that's the main message from that. The other part that both Board President Aspis and Member Montoya mentioned, the speaker who came in, Dr. Ferlin Clark, into Thursday was actually a board suggestion. So I want to thank the board for bringing him to my attention, to our attention. I hate to say it, but as these other ones were national known speakers, in my mind, Dr. Clark was the best speaker at that whole conference. His message was better and better received than anybody's. And that's not to say anything negative about anybody, but that's how good Dr. Clark was. So thank you for that suggestion, because that really made that event that much better. Also, I'd like to thank the ICO. I'd like to talk just a little bit about the community stakeholder meetings. Last night we did have that meeting in Shiprock, and tomorrow night we will have it here in Kirtland at Bon Wilson, and Thursday in Newcomb. They're very, very important, because we don't spend enough time listening to our community, and our community is very important. And so these meetings give the community a chance they asked some great questions, and they had some really, really outstanding comments and suggestions for us. So I just want to kind of bring a couple things that came out. There were a couple comments that stood out all at the very end of the meeting. I just want to kind of bring those out real quick. There were 2 members from the Dene Empowerment team from the Shiprock area who showed up, and I can mention their name, it's okay. I think that was Betty O.J. and Greg Bigman who were there. And a lot of times, I think we're worried as a district that, maybe, they're here to see what we're doing and, maybe catch us doing something wrong. And I don't see their team as being that way at all. And it was really summed up by Betty O.J.'s comments, who she basically thanked the directors, and she went around the room and said, each one of them is doing a good job in the things that they're doing, and that Central Consolidated was really on the right track and doing good things for kids. And she was very complimentary about our board, about our district, about our staff. And so that really, it felt good to come from a team who was basically coming in to look at us as a district. So that was a great comment from her. The other comment I just want to bring out real quick, couple comments, came from a young man who was there. His name is DeAndre, and he was a member of our Equity Council. And there was supposed to be a student team panel, and he was the only one that was there in attendance. And so he was the only one who obviously was able to talk. But his voice was so powerful. And every time I hear student voices, they're just so powerful. He had gone to school in Farmington, I won't say where, and then he came to Central Consolidated. And here's what he said. The teachers here in Central Consolidated, now I'll tell you where he's going to school. He's going to career prep. They care about us. They care about us. They try to make connections with us. And again, I just think that's so powerful. He said they didn't do that where I came from before I went to career prep. And so, kudos to those teachers and all across the district, but especially there, who are getting comments like that. We just need to listen to students and what they have to say. There's one other comment he did make, and that is that it'd be great if Shiprock had something like, he was in the Boys and Girls Club in Farmington. There is no such thing in Shiprock. We need to make sure that our schools act as the Boys and Girls Club when we don't have that. So let's make sure our after-school programs are exciting, engaging, and we can bring those kids. The more we keep our kids in school, the better off they're going to be. So we need to bring them in for any way we can. So I love to hear that student voice. One last thing, speaking of student voice, I was in 2 buildings today, and I'll go ahead and mention where they were. It was OHO and Kirtland Central. Spent some time, especially at Kirtland Central. I saw the strategies I've been talking about. I saw think, pair, share in both buildings. I saw cold calling. I saw teachers moving about the classroom, engaging students. So, congratulations to all those schools. I've been to 9 schools, and I've seen those strategies in each of those 9 schools so far in 7 short days. So thanks to our staff, and that's all I have for this evening. Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to segue off of what the superintendent said about the young man. He was an absolute poster child for CCSD, and the comments that he made for career prep. And he was just really grateful for the work that they've done to help re-guide him and give him a sense of direction. And so to that, again, kudos to those teachers there that reach out to these kids. So I just want to thank that staff. And again, to what Superintendent just stated about that engagement. I mean, that's really important. That's one of the top things that I grasped from the PLC. And then one thing I'd like to add to that would be the developing student agency within that engagement. That's very powerful for our students. So thank you.
Also, as you brought up about Boys and Girls Club and how those type of agencies are lacking on the reservation, it's just one of those things that I do know for a fact that it's tied to industries, and I say that with San Juan Generating and P&M, and they have United Way campaigns within their corporations and within their organizations, and then it's something that we give to as an employee, and so those filter on down to Navajo Way, United Way, which then allocates money to Boys and Girls Club or agencies within the Navajo Way. And so now that we find ourselves without these corporations, without that, that's the bottom line. That's where the money comes from, and it allows us for those things. But now we, I'm sure they're having to relook and see what's priority within, United Way or Navajo Way. So Navajo Way took a big hit, not only with San Juan Generating, with the subcontracting and things like that, the Navajo workforce, but down in Kayenta with what do you call that? SRP and Kayenta Mine. So, those funds are no longer going to the tribe and going to Navajo Way. So I just want, I think as we go through this and we continue to communicate those things, it allows us, our community and our parents to be knowledgeable. Thank you. Okay. Vice-
Madam President, may I?
Yes, go ahead, Board Member George.
I just wanted to say that the welcome back was really fun, and it was enjoyable, and just seeing everybody that returned, all the staff, and joked around a little bit, and they were really responsive, and I just wish them a really good year, and I'm looking forward to really good outcomes this school year and next year with our superintendent and the assistant superintendent and our directors, and I just think we're moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Okay, Vice President Haskins has joined us. Vice President, we are on the board member report. Did you have something to share? Report?
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
I'm in a very difficult reception area, but I'm very appreciative of all the effort that it's made to help the school year start off on a good foot. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, sorry.
Did you hear me?
Yes. My microphone keeps going off also, so.
Oh, sorry. I'll stay on, but I have really bad reception right now, so I apologize for that. But thank you, everybody, for the information that's been shared. It sounds very promising. It sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. We'll continue on to item 4, reports. Item A, fundraising requests, Eva B. Stokely Elementary, school activities, school spirit, and pride t-shirts by Aaron Barber. This is from Eva B. Stokely, Aaron Barber. Well, if he comes on or shows up, please let me know. We'll go on to item B, fundraising requests, Kirtland Elementary School. School store participation, September 14th, 2023 through May 24th, 2024 by Jay Boucher.
Madam Board President Aspis, school board members, Superintendent Carlson, thank you so much. For the last 7 years prior to me becoming, well, before I became principal, I was assistant principal at Kirtland Elementary, and we've been doing school store. School store is where parents and students reach out to family members and ask them to sign up. Similar, not like Sam's Club, not like Costco, but to sign up, and it's a rewards program. So if they go to a school store, then they move on to Target to buy something, we get a small percentage of that purchase. It might be 1.5% up to 3%, depending on the vendor that they go to. Students, of course, get prizes for the number of people that they sign up. The company provides those. There is no cost to us. It's simply sending an email to a family member. That family member signs up and purchases something online. We get a small percentage back. We average about $1,800 to $2,000 a year back from them over the course of the year. I mean, it might be a $400 check here, a $700 check there, but they send us a check after those purchases. And so we would like to participate again. Students do not go door to door. They simply send emails or put it on their family's Facebook pages. So I stand for questions.
Does this include buying fuel?
I do not believe, unless you can get it to ship through your email.
Any questions, board members, comments?
Madam President,
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
what vendors are actually participating?
There are over
You
100
mentioned-
of them.
You mentioned Target, but are they the only one?
Oh, no, there's Walmart. There are Nike, like the Nike store itself. I believe Adidas. I would have to actually go online and look at all of them. But there are a lot of different vendors that sell product online. And it's just that you sign up, you go there first, then you go to the Nike store or whatever it may be. But I would have to look up all the stores. I believe there's over 100 of them.
Okay, I was just wondering. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
On something like this, do they, who incurs the fees?
I believe the store that they go to, whether it be, Dell Computers, Nike store, their markup, and school store works out a deal with them that if we send business through school store to their site, they're paying school store gives us the money for it. It's just, it almost becomes a little bit of an advertising, marketing plan where by me going to school store, now I see all these stores I can shop at, and I go, well, I didn't know I could buy online from them, and so someone makes a purchase. And I'm assuming that within the markup of the product, if they sell you a $100 pair of shoes, they go, well, we'll send you $1. And then the school store says, we'll send you 97 cents.
Okay, can you go over that process?
From the student standpoint, or?
Yes, from the student standpoint.
Okay, so they will send us an activity kit. Just like when we do popcorn sales, book or magazine sales, all those little catalogs that we all get. And inside there, a parent goes in and sets up the account. So it has to be done by someone over 18. Then the parent is the one that goes out and emails their friends and family. Once that friend or family member goes online, they make the purchase. The company tracks it because each student has an individual code tied to the school, just like a state ID number. So they track the students that signed up. The student earns the person makes the purchase under that person's name. The student gets a little bit of credit. They don't get any money out of it. They just get a prize. They get to move up the prizes, like if you sold magazines, value of the prize. Or the top seller in each school last year our top seller received a PlayStation 5 after they were done. But if they sign up, they get a little bag tag animal, a little stuffy. They can earn a squishy ball, different things that they can earn prizes after you reach so many levels. But from the standpoint of a person to do, it's just going to school store before you go shopping. So it's, instead of having a catalog in front of you, you go to school store, find the vendor, then purchase what you want.
So, have you gone onto this website, www School Store,
Yes, ma'am, I have.
and and ask or Google what the cons are, what to look out for?
We have not looked at what the cons are of it, and I have not had any parent report anything to me or any adult in the last 7 years that we've done this. It's pretty seamless once it's up and running. You know, I have not looked at what the negatives might be. I'm sure it's, as anything shopping online, you all of a sudden buy a car in Boca Raton and you didn't know you bought a car. But from that point, that's the only thing, is about using your own, you know, your own debit credit card to make an online purchase, just like you do on any other site. That would be, to me, that would be the downside. But we've all been, you know, if you haven't been hacked on Amazon, you're not shopping enough on Amazon, evidently. I know probably 100 people that have been, their credit cards or debit cards get hit on those sites all the time. And I have not had anybody come back to us yet with that happening through School Store.
When you make a visit, Superintendent, do you think you could see how this is done? And make sure that we're, I mean, it sounds good.
It does, and it has been for us, and it does sound too good to be true at first. It's like there's no cost on our end. So their money has to be coming, it is coming from the vendor. And the lady that I've worked with the last 3 years at School Store has been wonderful to work with and answered any questions that we had. Like I said, we have not had one complaint from anyone, other than one student didn't receive their prize in 2020. Well, we all know that year, so.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Thank you, Board President Aspis, School Board Superintendent Carlson.
Any more questions, comments, board members?
Comment?
You have a comment?
No, you're right. It just seems like what they're doing is rewarding the word of mouth and the marketing for their vendors that are on within that store. And that's all they're doing is crediting and giving value for the traffic that they're sending to them. So basically, that's all it is. Thank you.
We'll go on to item C, request for approval of gift donation, New Mexico Farm and Livestock Foundation for SHS FFA by Vicky Lake. How many days late? No, I was kidding.
Oh, I was like, I don't know. So, we do at Shiprock High School, we do an Ag Adventure Day every year in April around Earth Day. And we also do Ag in the Classroom presentations in the elementary schools. Some teachers will call and be like, hey, can you come in and do Ag literacy projects? Or what we call Ag in the Classroom, just simple hands-on projects. They go from elementary all the way up to secondary. I actually do some of the Ag in the Classroom for elementary in my high school classes, and the high school kids love it just as much as elementary kids. We also do, when we do Ag Adventure Days, we have like some of the teachers or parents of students coming in during that, and they actually love the projects. This year is the first year that New Mexico Farm and Livestock Foundation sponsored every FFA chapter that was participating in the Ag Literacy Project with the $550 check to support them to continue the Ag Literacy projects in the years to come. That's the basis of it. It's the first year, so I got the check and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about this. They announced it to us in June that they were going to sponsor. They got a grant or something New Mexico Farm and Livestock, and so they sponsored. We were not the only chapter. We were the only chapter in our district, but we're not the only chapter in New Mexico that received this ag literacy. I don't know if you would call it just a scholarship type program. Any questions?
So you have Ag Adventure Day and then Ag Literacy?
So the Ag Adventure Day, we use ag literacy projects during the Ag Adventure Day. And we'll just do, like this year, the main focus of ag literacy project was pumpkins. Last year, sorry. The year before is like what's in my soup. They just do, each year they have like a theme. Last year was pumpkins. The year before we've done what's in my soup. We've done like projects like what's in the grocery store, just teaching students and elementary and anybody who wants to come about different products and where they come from.
It's interesting.
They're fun little projects, actually. I get into them myself.
Well, if you ever get an elephant, let me know.
Oh, okay. I don't think I need one.
Thank you. Any questions, board members, comments?
Comment.
Go ahead.
But I appreciate what you do as far as expanding the education. Because I know my wife has actually taken students to even Home Depot and walked them through there, showed them the products, explained where the products came from, how they're developed. Again, you walk in there, you see lumber, and a lot of kids don't know and understand. And so they had people explaining the same thing. They took them over at that time. It was City Market. Again, those kids really don't think twice about it. They just walk in and see their parents grab food off the shelf, but they don't have an understanding. So I appreciate the fact that you do that with our students. So thank you.
Any other questions, board members? So any thoughts on canine?
What kind of thoughts do you want on canine?
I mean,
Like service dogs
to
or
include-
training?
either.
They've had some projects that will teach like how to, like basic training dogs, like they'll do that in the ag in the classroom, and then I do it in my vet science class, of course. We talk about vaccinations and, you know, health and care and training and.
I mean, I'm just looking at the need, you know, in our communities.
Oh, yes.
Um,
The need is definitely need to get spay and neuter. More clinics, but I do know it's kind of hard. They did quite a bit of them this summer that I heard about, but the
but
thing
they
is
are swamped.
I feel that I heard about them like after or like the day before, and so I wasn't able to get that out in my classrooms or even on like Google Classroom, because I still kept my Google Classroom up until just recently. So I don't know who puts those on, and I don't get that info. They used to do it a long time ago at the PAC. And when they did that, then they would always send me a poster, and I could put those up, and then I'd advertise it. But I don't see them, I believe, in time, and I don't know who puts those on to get with them. And I don't know, like if they're vets or who comes in and does all the spay and neuters. I don't know who does that.
I'm just wondering, maybe.
If I can, I do have one student that has graduated from Shiprock High School and took my classes, and she is a veterinarian in Farmington. And I do know she was the veterinarian on the Navajo Nation, but last I heard they had not renewed her contract for the Navajo Nation. So the vets in Farmington can't just, so I know I can say this, my sister is a veterinarian, but she can't come across the reservation and work on the reservation because she's not authorized. Yeah, and she's certified, just not authorized. Yeah, certified with the tribe, so.
Wow. Okay.
So there's not very many vets that are going on to the reservation, and that's what we're trying to push.
Yeah, I asked that question because, you know, you have hay and, you know, feed that's expensive, and a lot of them are giving up their sheep, horses, livestock. So
Correct.
maybe something as small as, you know, our dogs, cats.
Definitely.
All right.
Anything else? And I'd also apologize for not being here Thursday. I did not realize I was on the agenda, but I was at fair, and I want to let you guys know that CCSD was very, 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 very well represented at San Juan County Fair. There will be a write-up given to Mr. Carlson. I'm working on that, but I can tell you that from the pig barn, we were represented by 2 students having the grand and the reserve grand pig. The lamb barn had a grand. The goat barn, I believe, had a reserve. Lots of top placing showmanship. Shiprock FFA had the student had the grand, or the reserve grand steer. She also won senior showmanship. So lots and lots and lots of CCS students did very, very, very well at county fair and are moving on to state fair. So thank you guys for all your support.
Thank you. It's really you, Miss Lake. Thank you.
And we have a new ag teacher in Kirtland, so you will be seeing. We're gonna double team this, and CCSD is gonna come out with a bang. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to item D, discussion of Marine Corps JROTC program at Shiprock High School by Stacy Gallagher.
Come on, why's my camera not working? Okay, camera time again. I've got to allow. Okay. Can we see me now? My mic is on. Okay, I'm having trouble getting my video to. Okay, can you hear me? Because my video is not coming on. But can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, Ms. Gallagher.
Okay. Sorry. This computer is really driving me crazy. Okay, so would like to discuss a few things tonight about where we're at with our DARE OTC. Look for a instructor, actually looking for instructors. So Jared's been nice enough to help me put together a slideshow, but I would first like to introduce to you another person who is online this evening with us to help explain our search and this process a little more, and that is Mr. Dennis Caruth, and he is the Region 4 Director for the JROTC program. And this is who we've been continuously talking with about how we recruit Marine instructors. And so he's going to talk to you a little bit this evening. So I have to introduce Mr. Dennis Caruth. believe he's still online. Yes. Mr. Caruth, are you still online with us? Looks like he's on mute.
Sharon, see the phone?
Mm-hmm.
We can't unmute, can we? Mr. Caruth, can you hear us? If so, could you unmute yourself?
Ask him to star 6, or is it pound 6?
On the phone, you have to do *6.
He's muted again.
Yeah, it was clear for
Hello?
a minute. Good evening.
Hello?
Good evening,
Oh, you
Mr.
can hear me
Caruth.
now.
Yes.
Apologize for the delay. Madam President, just a point of education on where we are and how we find bodies for junior RTC, especially in remote locations. We really don't have a science to do that. It depends on those retired Marines that apply to be an instructor, and then they select their geographic location. We don't assign them and send them to a location. Many reasons for that is that the longevity of them staying in one place wouldn't be that high, and most of them have already moved around a lot and they want to settle down, and so it's their choice of where they want to apply for a position. We're really struggling, especially on the reservations, for finding people that are interested because of the remoteness of the locations and the austere conditions that they perceive are there. I was really encouraged by the flyer that was made up. Appreciate that. I went ahead and attached that to my vacancy list, so anybody that is interested in that area and interested in that vacancy can click on that and open up the flyer. So that should help out a lot. And because you created that, I was able to talk to the director last week and buy us some time to look for an instructor. If an effort had not been made like that, we would probably be talking tonight about a closure date, and that would be sometime in the next month or two. But because of the flyer, because of the incentives, the director feels obligated to give you more time to try and find an instructor. In addition to that, what we're doing is partnering with the Manpower and Reserve Affairs Division of the Marine Corps and trying to get a list of Marines that are either close to retiring or have recently retired that are from specific zip codes. I've been trying to do this for 15 years, and finally, with this sense of urgency, we got approval from the general, the CG of TCOM, to go ahead and pull data, and I have no idea, because this is the first time we're doing it, I have no idea what that data is going to show us, and whether we're going to be able to mine down deep enough to actually get somebody that's interested that's from a specific geographic location. But I feel that's our best bet right now, is to try and get that sort of data and find those that grew up in that area and went into the Marine Corps and are getting ready to retire and that are eligible to be an instructor if they so desire. Any questions on that?
So So when that happens, if you do get a response, is there an accelerated program that you can put that instructor through?
Ma'am, I'm not sure what you mean by an accelerated program. There's a specific hiring process that they'll have to undergo on the Marine Corps side, just as they would in, you have within the state of New Mexico requirements they have to meet in order to be in the classroom. So we do an extensive security check. They have to want to do it. They have to fill out an application. So we hold a board every 2 months. Now we can, for these type of vacancies, we can accelerate the look at that application rather than waiting until the board meets. When that application comes in, we can go ahead and accelerate the look and approval of that if it warrants approval. But then there's a process of getting a background check, going through and filling out different forms. It could take anywhere from 2 or 3 weeks after the application is approved to be hired, or it could take a couple of months depending on what conditions need to be met in order for the applicant to be fully qualified and meet all the requirements for hire. We really don't want to shortcut anything. We run into problems when we do that, because if we don't provide on the education side, we don't provide that teacher orientation up front, then they're going to be lost, and they won't get the from the educator side, they won't get the ethics, the school district expectations, the requirements, reports that are due, grade book, all that stuff. I mean, that's just going to be part of the process of inboarding at the school, obviously, but we don't want to short fuse any of that. Just on the Marine Corps side, we don't want to short fuse the background check to make sure that, especially if they've been retired for a little bit, that something that isn't in their record that we should be concerned about.
Okay, I'm looking at the pamphlet that you're talking about that was sent to you, and I think one thing that was not noted but missed is yesterday we celebrated National Navajo Code Talker Day, and this is the very area that a lot of our code talkers will come from.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's why, personally, my grandfather was a code talker. And so this is extremely important to me that we save this program.
Yes.
So we're only going on the direction of, I don't remember his name, but he founded our program here, started it. What was his name?
Bratcher.
Bratchard?
Sergeant Bratcher.
Sergeant Bratchard?
David Bratchard? Yes.
Yes. And so only going on what he shared with us, and so we've really want to make sure, keep it at the forefront that that this is going out, and that we are trying as a district, as a board, that that we are trying to get somebody to keep that program going, and please share that, and And I guess we'll just, continue to pray that it stays and that somebody does want to help us.
Yes, Madam President. We need to find somebody, definitely before the start of next year, if not sooner. And we really need to find, as the principal mentioned, we really need to find 2 instructors in order for it to be a full Marine Corps JROTC program.
Okay.
That's going to be the challenge.
Okay. Any other questions, board members, comments?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
When you say that we bought ourselves some time, how much time is that? Are we talking about a couple months, a semester? What is our timeline in terms of having gotten a little bit of time to fill the position? Thank you.
Good question. Since the year has basically already started and there's no chance of getting an instructor in probably to satisfy semester credits and yearly credits, we're probably going to have to put the program on hold for this year. And so we'll be targeting getting instructors up and running and ready to start off next year if we can find 2 instructors. But it can't be offered unless there are certified instructors there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gallagher, is that salary that's on the screen there, is that the increase or
So, all that is a signing bonus, plus they would get their salary, which the Marine Corps actually sets, based on their level of rank. So they're at E3 or at E7. They determine the salary based on their rank, and then that's a signing bonus from our district to come to our district.
okay.
And I'm sorry, in confusion to get on the computer, I did not address the board appropriately. Madam President, board members, and Superintendent Carlson. Jared, can we go to the other, or if they're still looking at the flyer, that's fine too. So some of we have done, besides getting this put together and getting it put online, we could buy ourselves a little time with the Marine Corps. Thank you for the suggestion, board. We also have shared it with our first instructor, Jerry Benali, and with Sergeant Drescher, so they could share it out to anyone who they knew that would be a potential applicant. Mr. Benali, where he's currently, still kind of involved with the program, might know some people who might have retired with some people. We have advertised again through all the social media, all the chapter houses and the local organizations do have flyers and do understand of the openings. We have distributed ads across California, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, and other states near CCSD. And my college and career readiness coordinator was actually invited to go to a program in San Diego on the Marine Corps base. And while she was there, she actually did visit with some Marines who are close to retirement and tried to market our school as a potential JROTC site. So she was in San Diego and did that.
Okay.
Are there any other questions this evening?
Any other questions, board members?
I have no questions, Madam President.
Board Member George?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Vice President.
In terms of the recruitment, are we going to also not just put it in social media platforms, but other areas like Indeed or other job recruiting areas, LinkedIn, things, other places than just social media? Or are we planning, do we have a list of recruiting times and areas that we'll also be strategizing to attend?
Yes, ma'am, it is an Indeed and LinkedIn. I believe the district does that automatically. I'm not sure what you mean by recruiting areas, like flying somebody back to San Diego or to Biloxi or where there are Marine Corps bases.
No, like local areas, local job fairs, career fairs. They have these huge. I've been to some of the huge events in the Four Corners area, so I think that that would be something to look at too, because they always have those big career fairs for retired military people, for truck drivers, and they provide all these different benefits. So is that something that we're also looking at? Thank you.
We definitely could go to job fairs. I can talk to Tanya, and I'm almost positive that we can someone to job fairs. I think we are sending them for our regular education teachers, so I think that we could look into if there are specific ones for retirees or veterans that, yeah, definitely we could send some people there and recruit. Especially now we've got ourselves a little time this year, I think we should probably try to do that. And I think that Mr. Cruz being able to drill down into that data on people who are potential retirees from this area, hopefully that will be very beneficial.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, we'll just keep us informed and on what contacts or what else we can do to make it more enticing.
Okay, and we are currently looking at potential applicant. The Marine Corps is working with him, and I've spoken to him, and so has Mr. Carlson. So there might be one potential applicant. So hopefully.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. We'll go on to item E, Memorandum of Understanding between Johns Hopkins University Central Consolidated School District by Renee Begay.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for having me here today. So I'm from Johns Hopkins. My name is Renee Begay. My clans are Ishlishni Nishla, Nanit Eja Tachini Bashas Chin, Ashishachedo, Tohatlini Bashas Shache. Wait, Chanela, I'm sorry. I went through that too fast. So I'm a research associate for Johns Hopkins, and we're wanting to continue our MOU with the school district. We're wanting to continue to collaborate with the school district. With Family Spirit Strength is one of our programs that we just newly started, and we're looking for families. These would be mothers who are pregnant and children that are to the age of 24. And we're wanting to work with parents who are dealing with stress, and then working with them on a coping plan and a planning on mental health, and also referrals and resources for them. So that's one of our programs. Another program is our Languages Medicine program. And this program is very new. It's preventing developmental delays in toddlers. So this is a home-based program where we have our trained staff go into the homes, do a lot of one-on-one playing time with them and sharing with them. But we're also wanting to really reach out to the students who are parents as well, but also to family members also. And then the other one that we have is Honoring Life, which we have been doing for the past 5 years, from my understanding, is just to continue that support for our students from ages 10 to 24 who are dealing with suicide. So we're there for them to get them through the coping and planning process, also resources, and just being that support person for them and referral. This is a better network for them. It allows them to get into the IHS a lot quicker for them to see a counselor. The other program that we have is Native Vision. I believe you guys are aware of Native Vision, where it's a summer program, but we're wanting to come into it this year as a community perspective. Like when schools are needing activities to be done in the schools, we're wanting to collaborate and work with the school district to bring physical fitness also. The last one is our smoke alarm project. Winter, fall's coming. A lot of people heat their homes with stoves. We have a lot of alarms that our staff can come into your home and put up the alarm systems in your home for you. So, and that's absolutely free. There's no charge for that. So, and we're really wanting to get this out to start helping families. So, especially our elders in the community. And I wanted to share with you with the Native Vision portion of it. This coming on September 23rd is National Dog Walk Day, but also we're doing the month of September is also when the past president, President Naz, was the president. He did the declaration for the Navajo Nation for the month of September to be National Suicide Awareness Month. So we're doing that with September 23rd, with conjunction with PAWS. We're wanting families to come out with their cats or their dogs to walk with them to give them wellness also. And we're also wanting Equity Club to also be part of it, so they can start being part of the project and start earning their hours also. So, do you guys have any questions? I tend to talk too fast, so stop me, slow me down.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
When you mention your program in regards to suicide and with I don't remember what else you said, but is that a prevention program, or is it after the fact, after a suicide is completed, services for the family?
So we do have all three phases. We have the prevention portion, and then we do have the intervention portion, and then we have the postvention portion for it. So we help the families from the beginning to the end. And like we don't want to lose any of our children, especially our native kids. So this is the reason why we're wanting to continue in Honoring Life. But we were awarded a grant by National Institute of Health. So this grant will go from not only from 10 years old, but we're going to start working with individuals who are 10 on to 75, just depending, and we're seeing an increase of that. The new data from CDC is showing that there's an increase, and that's in the upper ages as well. And we're seeing a lot of those referrals from the emergency room from Northern Navajo Medical Center being shared with us as well. So we do all three phases. And then we also, we're starting to training some of your staff here with assist training. So they'll be doing the applied prevention training also with us. And that's a 2-day training.
Good. I was just going to ask about that too.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question.
Yes.
So on Article 1, Purpose and Objectives, 1.3 says the activities contemplated to be undertaken under the MOU generally include mental and behavioral health intervention programs. And then jumps down to the fourth sentence, suicide prevention. My question is, the services that are being provided, do you have individuals that are master level counselors to provide that service?
Yes, we do.
Okay, because
So we
obviously
have-
we're,
We have a clinical psychologist. We have 2 of them on our team, and then our staff are board certified from the state of New Mexico. So we have peer support workers, and then we also have senior certified prevention specialists and certified prevention specialists. And then we also have, our staff are all counselors as well. They're going to school for counseling.
so do they work directly with the schools, or do they have to be recommended, or?
They work with the schools. When we get referrals from the social workers,
Okay.
then we come into the schools.
All right.
But our first approach is getting parent permission first, and then we talk with the students.
All right, thank you.
So that counselor that you're talking about, listened to one of the legislative committees, they talked about crisis counselor. Is that what the person is?
Yeah, we're on call 24/7. There's 3 of us that are always on crisis.
Any other questions, board members? Comments?
Madam President, may I?
Go ahead, George.
Hi, this is Board Member Cheryl George. Hi, Renee.
Hello.
It's good to see you. And I am 100% behind all the programs that she just mentioned. We definitely need this for our district, our students, and within our community. And it would be a awesome support to our intercultural department, and then with our safety net department, and then also with the nurses and the health office when we have our doctors who come in to see students in school-based health clinic. And also it would definitely help with the counseling that's needed. And what we really need for the district is a assurance and a quick access to the mental health part, in which Renee's program through Johns Hopkins would expedite that service for students who really need counseling, or to see a psychiatrist, or, to get that mental health piece addressed. And so I am 100% behind her programs with Johns Hopkins, and I so much thank you for coming tonight and presenting this. And I'm so glad that you thought about CCSD to be a part of these programs and bringing it back. We used to have these programs within CCSD, and it's so heartwarming to see them coming back. And I would, Superintendent, I would love to see the communication and customer service rapport with Renee and Johns Hopkins with student support services. But thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
So with that said from Board Member George, why is it that your would be expedited first or quickest?
The MOU that we had before expired, so that's the reason why we're renewing it. It was already the past 5 years, and it lapsed last year. So for our staff to go into the schools, we need the MOU to be approved again and just start working with the schools again.
Okay, any other questions, board members? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sounds like we need to approve this one, Madam President.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, we'll go back to item A. And I believe Roxanne Lee will present this fundraising request, Eva B. Stokely Elementary School Activities, School Spirit and Pride T-shirts by Aaron Barber.
All right, good evening, Madam Board President and those constituents of hers on the board. Thank you all and apologies for our tardiness. We will go ahead and get to this school activity that the sponsor is our financial secretary, Mr. Aaron Barber. We have roughly, I think about a couple shirts created by Nick's Print Shop. They're in Shiprock. And the fundraiser is a tradition, ongoing tradition at Eva B. Stokely. The funds used will be directly input back to the students, and is already a activity fund under School Spirit and Pride. So there does not have to be a separate bar created. The activity fund is already in place from the previous years. And the shirts will roughly cost $15 per shirt. And we've got the new logo on there as well. And so we will be using it for activity funds. Sharon, I don't know if you can share that activity from the email I sent to you or shared with you. That would be great. So then you can see the amount of activities we have, the events for parents, communities, families, in increasing school culture as per our 90-day plan, and really highlighting our dual language program as well. So the events will be the funds will help our events in that to be used for food, maybe some door prizes for parents and stuff. So that there is our EBS school-wide events. As you see, we have events. This is our events calendar. We have a STEAM family night, a fall STEAM family night. We also have our health and wellness family night. We have trunk or treat, Veterans Day program, along with a whole culture week. We have embedded culture nights and parent advisory committee meetings. We also have a cultural workshop and shoe game later on in the fall, in December in the winter. And then into next year, we also have our CEL and student success with Dene College, as well as our ELA family night and our field day. So this fundraiser will kind of help to our operations account in that we can get things for families and stuff like that. And of course, we'll have sign-in sheets and flyers all included with the purchases and requisitions. Are there any questions?
Any questions, board members? Comments? The logo that you're talking about, do you have an example that you could show us, or?
Yeah, it's the regular. We used it last year. It's has the black hawk on it. Yeah, I can show it. Am I gonna be able to share screen?
Miss Lee, we can just go on our webpage. It should be on there.
Oh, okay. Oh, Aaron, is that you?
Yeah, I just now logged on. I was in class.
Okay. Mr. Aaron Barber is our financial secretary. He's only been with us since about January, so we're really hitting the ground running here.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that would be our logo right there on the top corner. That's our new logo that we got recently.
That's the one Eva B on top?
Yeah, we had a different logo. It felt outdated, but this is the one that we got recently. So that's the new logo that will go on all our stuff now.
So are you, well, let me ask Superintendent Carlson. On these logos, you know, we're really trying to make sure that we keep a hand on them and control them. Are we doing that for the elementary as well and the middle school?
So that's a question I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Deswood. I can answer the first part of it. I know that the middle school and the high school are priority, especially the high school. I know that elementary schools over the years, most have kept a similar one and haven't changed a lot. I don't know, I honestly don't know when the board adopted if that included elementary at that time.
No, I don't remember. I know we did the high school level, but and that was just athletes, you know, but this is a total different, but we still got to keep control
You bet.
of the mascots being used, and especially with copyright issues. Can we make sure that we find out and then and that needs to be, you know, told to the principals that when they do such fundraisers that they need to ask what logos can be used, you know, so that,
Keep them consistent.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Any other questions, board members?
Madam President, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
I just think that that's a good thing from Eva B. Stokely, and I know they had a lot of success with their what they did last year, and and I just hope that I get a T-shirt too. So thank you.
That's what I was going to say. You're trying very hard for a T-shirt. Anyhow, if we can, you know, we got to keep control and just make sure we protect ourselves. Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation, Ms. Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I see the rest of the form, the signatures? Thank you.
If I may add, I wasn't aware about the logo change as I was Mesa Elementary principal for 4 years, and we got the logo changed from that as well. And Mr. Rodel Denetzo was the artist that did Mesa Elementary's Roadrunner, as well as this logo for EBS. So if needed, he's a Shiprock resident as well. His students, his children, his family all go to school there at the CCSD schools. So at the time he was a parent, and he gave the rights for us to utilize his design.
Okay, that's good to know. I believe Assistant Superintendent Deswood is going to be on that. So may share that information with him. Thank you. Anything else?
This is Aaron, the Financial Secretary, EBS. I'd just like to mention that I'm still fairly new, but I didn't really know there was a logo change. I mean, I did, but I didn't know there was like rules like that. And I'm still learning as I go. I'm just trying my best to help the staff and the students out because they're really requesting for these shirts. And that was my reasoning behind this fundraiser. So I'd just like to mention that.
Okay, yeah, we just don't want several of them floating around, and then we need to keep it to one, and then your school colors as well. So that's the only reason really, and then also the copyright.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, that concludes item A, so we'll continue on to item F, memorandum of agreement between the Department of Education and Central Consolidated School District by Berlinda Begay.
Yad a shikeda shidana sheya bitahnin shleda tratnasani bashish chin kilichini dashe dashin dashanala ado adet dasanalt agido dankin natligi sto aheha hotankich da hosting dollar. Good evening, board members, superintendent, Mr. Carlson and Assistant Superintendent Mr. Deswood, and then members of the board and our audience. The item I'll be presenting is an MOU between CCSD and Department of Education. This is based on a requirement that was just put in place from PED Indian Education Department in regards to having schools that teach a native language have an MOU with their tribal education departments to have an MOU in place based on these requirements. And so this MOU really is to share information in regards to a collaboration with CCSD and Department of Education. From our end, we do say that we will be providing language and culture education and instruction for our students, and then providing assessments as well. And then from their end, they would provide support and resources and information as needed in terms of like data that they have been compiling for several years. So that is a summary of what this MOU is about. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Any questions, board members, comments?
Question.
Go ahead.
Dr. Begay, once this is approved from the board, then it goes to Doty?
Yes,
Okay, and then they sign off on it?
yes, and then we send that back to PED Indian Education.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's clear for the audience, that they
Yes.
understand that process. Thank you.
Here.
I have a question. Is the current MOU or MOA expired, or is it still active?
It is expired, but this is just, they have the guidelines from PED that they sent us, and this is part of that they require from there.
Okay, thank you.
Why are we expired?
Well, this is the new MOU that's put in place. I guess it's replacing what's already in place already. So I guess not really expire, it's replacing what was in place with the district and Doty. That one really is talking more about the collaboration in terms of using the assessment process that the Doty has in place, the Diné Language Proficiency Assessment. This one is specific to the instruction of language and culture, and we are saying that that's what we will be providing.
So, on this item 4, where it says, you're saying that that CSD will provide those things, but is it up to Doty to evaluate, or are they still in the decision making of whether or not that happens?
Doty does not evaluate or make any type of decision-making for the district. On that 4 that you're reading, it does indicate that we will continue to use the 5 content standards that is coming from Doty within our CCSD instruction.
So if we had a parent in here, could you give us that version of your presentation?
Not sure what you mean by that.
If not knowing all the process, the need, and if there was a parent here, can you give us a little bit more how you would explain your presentation to them?
For this MOU,
Mm-hmm.
do you want it in Navajo?
No, in English.
I would just let them know. There's like major components to this part of the MOU. The major part of this MOU is really to let the parents know that we're asking for a collaboration, continue that collaboration between Doty and CCSD in the form of language and culture. From Doty, they would provide the resources if needed and the support if needed. And from our end, we would provide the information that we are utilizing the 5 content standards through our Navajo language and dual language instruction, and through the Navajo government classes that are being offered in the district. And so this collaboration also includes meeting with Doty to ensure that not just at tribal consultation, but to ensure that we have this ongoing collaboration and not just wait till tribal consultation to talk about resources or ideas that we may have.
So, Superintendent Carlson, are you aware, the question was asked earlier if we are, the agreement is expired, and it is, but technically it is, but there's a lot of buts, and it's not. Are you aware of that? No. She's gonna.
Dr. Baker, could you explain what she's making a good point. I don't understand.
The MOU that's in place with the district right now, as I shared, is really regarding the usage of the Diné language proficiency assessment. That's an assessment that Doty has schools utilize. It's not required or mandated, but it is a resource and a tool for schools to utilize. And because of that, we have an MOU to say that we will utilize that tool and resource for our district. And so that's what's currently in place. But with this new requirement from PED, it has different tenets that we need to address. And so that's what this MOU is, and it's specifically indicating the area of language and culture instruction. But in there, it does also cover that we will continue to use the Diné language proficiency assessment.
So this satisfies the PED requirements?
Yes, yes.
Any other questions, board members, comments?
Comment.
Go ahead.
On page 5 of the documents, items 1, 2, 3, and 4 kind of spells out the gist of the MOU. So again, to your question to Dr. Begay, I mean, if a parent wants to look at this document, this is a Sunshine State that spells it out pretty clearly from what I can read. So that's the understanding that I get from it. Thank you.
So I don't think it's very clear, not for the average parent or the person coming in. I don't think it's clear. It needs more clarification, more explanation. And so that's why I was asking for that. And thank you. Any other questions, board members? Comments? No, we'll go on to item G, revised bylaws of Indian Parent Advisory Committee by Berlinda Begay.
Good evening again, members of the board and audience. This part of the agenda is regarding the revised bylaws of the Indian Parent Advisory Committee for our Title VI grant. The only revisions that really were made for this is we double checked on the financial part of the payments for the committee members, which reflects the current information in terms of how the board members get paid for meetings. With Donovan Yazi's help at the time, we ensured that that information was correct on this revision. So, and then the revision of the people's names that are on here from last year's bylaws. And so, for example, Mr. Carlson isn't interim anymore, so we have him as superintendent. And then our IPAC president is different as well. It's not the same person who was the president from last year. And those are the basic revisions that were made. I stand for questions for this one.
Any questions, board members? Comments? Responses?
No questions, Madam President.
Okay. So basically, you're saying this is all name changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and just making sure that this part where the meetings for the payments of the members is still correct. But with the new finance director, we can ensure that that is correct with the current one too.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
Have you,
Because-
Ms. Gonzalez, have you had a chance to read that?
No, but my understanding is that what was set in place before that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'll tell you the story later. There's a history, but I would really like for you to take a look at the actual article statute and read that and make sure that interpretation is correct. Thank you. Because that's what it really comes down to, you know, in reading some of this is one's interpretation. And I just want to make sure we're correct in that.
That's a pretty standard, pretty standard.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll go on to item H, request for authorization to dispose of property for Transportation Department by Cindy Theodore.
Good evening, Board President, board members, Superintendent Carlson, and the audience. So there's two vehicles in our department, Transportation Department, with high mileage, and I would like to get them traded in so that we can get a bigger 4x4 vehicle that I could use, or anybody in my department could use. And one of the reasons for this is I've got right now the 2012 Chevy Silverado that I drive is a regular cab, and when I'm out doing road checks in the winter time, I'm fishtailing, and this past winter I had 2 close calls on the highway 491. So that's my main reason. Thank you.
So you don't have the mileage?
The mileage for the Chevy Silverado is 103,320 or something like that. Then the Colorado is like 109,000.
Hmm. Go ahead.
So when you say you want to replace the vehicles
Trade
because
them.
of trade them in because of the winter, the way I guess the way the vehicles operate in the winter, do we, as a school district, sometimes replace our tires to snow tires instead of just regular tires? Because I know that could make a difference in terms of all weather tires and snow tires. Do we equip our vehicles? I guess that's what I'm asking. Do we equip our vehicles in the winter with snow tires instead of just regular all-terrain, all-season tires?
Yes, this particular vehicle that I'm driving, that's what we do. And then I also have, like, when we're watching weather, like the night before or something, I usually have the mechanics put some weight in the back of the truck so it won't, fishtail around, so.
So despite having all the preventative stuff, it still has problems sliding all over the road?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So do you drive both vehicles at one time?
No. No, I don't.
Which one is the one that you are?
I have the 2012 Chevy Silverado. It's a base model. I'm probably the only one, and I joke about this, I'm probably the only one in the district that when somebody needs to talk to me and they're on that side of the vehicle, I have to tell them to go like this because they're not powered windows. I still have to do this, so. Yes.
But and to me, that's kind of a low mileage. I mean, it is high, but it's low and so is there a criteria or that you go by or
The Suburbans for the student travel, those are replaced at 150,000 miles. That's the Suburbans. So, and they get there in no time. So within a few years. So, yeah.
Okay. Any questions, board members? Go ahead.
I guess clarification, so what in the policies say that that's a high mileage vehicle? I know because I have GSA vehicles. Are they similar in terms of the guidelines? 'Cause I know that when we're getting 50, 60,000, it is considered starting to get high mileage. What criteria do you use? Do you have policies in place that says that's high mileage?
We don't have any, as far as I know, there's no policy in place, but just following what PED transportation, the recommendation is replacing for district vehicles, replacing at 100,000 and up. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Comments? Secretary Wells?
I have no comments. Maybe I need to replace my vehicles. I have several over 200,000, so.
Wow.
Ped wouldn't approve me.
Question.
Go ahead.
So typically when you look at these, you obviously look at overall cost of operation, which should include the maintenance, servicing, wear and tear, and those types of things in respects to replacement, correct?
Yes.
Even though typical best practices or suggestion is 100 to 150,000 miles, it all depends on the cost of service after that life of approximately 100,000 miles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I got you beat, Mr. Wells. I've got one with almost 400,000 miles, and it's still running like a champ.
Well, if you get one 400,000, you certainly do. I have two over two, but I'm not sure I'd trust one with 4, even though it runs well.
Does the gender matter? Anyhow.
My vehicles don't have gender.
You don't name your vehicle?
No, I do not. Except one my wife drives, that's her car, and one I drive, that's mine. So that's as close as we come.
Board Member George?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item I, RFP 2023 FS 108 Food Services, fixed price by Candace Thompson.
Good evening, Board President, Vice President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson. Tonight, I bring forward a recommendation for a food service vendor, SFA, School Food Authority. This position would be to fill our vacancy for the coordinator position that has currently been vacant for a year or more. Can you roll up, please, Sharon? We advertised this RFP, and we had one respondent, and this was the respondent. Can you roll up? Or I don't, Board President, would you guys like to read the summary of this RFP, or would you like me to read it to you? Yes. Okay. Experience and references. The food service management company describes their company experience with providing food services and provided reference. Innovation, provide innovative ways to promote dietary needs to our district food services. Involvement of students, staff, and patrons. Plans to promote involvement of staff, students, and patrons in their meal plans and other services. Meal and portion sizes. Menu planning, special dietary needs, and additional services to our students. On-site manager. Personnel management. Promotion of the school food service program. Strategies for student participation. I'm sorry, I've been trying to lose my voice all week. Geographic preferences for abilities to facilitate farm-to-school purchases from local farm relationships. And as I said, the proposer that we're bringing to the board tonight is Southwest Food Service Excellence, LLC. And with that, I stand for questions.
Question.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
Would that be fulfilling the 180 days or 190 days contract?
Yes, sir, it would be.
So on your headlines, it says that you locked in. I mean, fixed price?
Yes.
Does that mean what I said, locked?
Yes. So it is, Board President, to expand on that a little bit, it is a fixed price for that coordinator position with a guaranteed return of profit to the district.
Question.
Go ahead.
So am I to assume that that's going to be less than what we would pay a typical coordinator, or is it on par with for that service?
Board President, Board Member Montoya, that would be where that person would be placed on the scale.
Scale.
So I can't say with certainty what that would look like.
So it'd be ballpark
Yes.
for them.
Yes. This vendor has a detailed plans to prepare meals from scratch, design meals by involving students and the community through a mobile app accessible to the stakeholders for feedback. Innovative ideas include parent night involving kids in preparing meals, take-home recipes, understanding the special dietary needs of students. Vendors offer on-hand training for employees and promotion of safety protocols through monthly safety meetings. And the FSC has experience in working with schools across New Mexico and has experience in working with New Mexico-grown food by local vendors. So we did check some references, and actually I have sampled their food at different districts, one being Gallup, the other being Aztec High School. They did a beautiful job in the catering at both events that I attended. The food was really good, and it was nicely presented and put together for the event.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. I was going to ask you about Gallup, because when we went down the regional meeting, they just blew it out. I mean, it was outstanding what they did and what they presented. The presentation that people were taking pictures of it. It was that good.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. But one of the other questions I have in regards to the providing that service is, have we, superintendent, utilized even recently the culinary arts program at Bond Wilson to help to educate our food service providers and the cooks within the schools themselves?
Board President Aspis, members of the board, not to my knowledge. I don't know that that's ever been done. I don't know it's ever been a practice in our district. That's a good suggestion. I'm sure we could take
You have a
it to
training
heart.
program right there to be able to utilize that in a central location to utilize. You would think you would behoove us to improve and certainly lift up the ability and skills of our food service providers.
Sure.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, go ahead, George.
Superintendent, why aren't we considering hiring or promoting within our student or our nutrition or the lunch program, the food service program, I'm sorry. Why aren't we promoting some of those cooks who have been with the district for years, who have extensive experience? And I think we need to start promoting from within. That shows that we value our employees who have been with the district for years, who have extensive experience, who have been within the district at the schools. They know the students who are allergic. who are allergic to, you know, peanuts or certain things, they already know the students that come to their cafeteria. And they've been there for years, so they're invested in our school district. Why are we not promoting from within? And then my second question is, who is the CEO or the LLC owner of this vendor?
Board Member George, Board President Aspis, members of the board, thank you for that question. It's a great question, and I do agree that when we can, we do try to promote from within, and we do have qualified folks. However, I do know that Ms. Thompson is very much on top of things as far as checking into their application system that we have. I'm going to let her speak to this more, but to my knowledge, we did not have, according to the job description and of the food service coordinator, we didn't have anybody that was qualified, and we've had quite a few candidates, and we have had, I believe, interviews in the past year and a half. Have we had, and those did not meet the qualifications. So I'm going to go ahead and let Ms. Thompson finish that answer, and then also answer the other question about the CEO.
Board President, Board Member George, to expand on Mr. Carlson's point, yes, we have not had anybody within our organization even apply for this position. This position carries a lot of responsibility in filing with the USDA, the state. There's a lot of intricacy in this position, and finding somebody qualified to fulfill this has been difficult, to say the least. The last coordinator we had was with the district, I believe, less than a year, maybe a year. And the state has really been pressuring us to get this position filled. This RFP is actually the state of New Mexico PED. This is their RFP, and asked us to please pursue this because we have had lack of applicants fulfill this position. Your second question, Mrs. George, can you please repeat it?
Yes, I'd like to know who the owner or the CEO is of the LLC.
I would have to defer that question to Mrs. Walters if she's online.
Hi, can everybody hear me? I'm here.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yate she Christy Walter initiate last initially do twatsa bashin twadik orange che do other the additional and to answer Cheryl's question, some of the information inside of the proposals, we cannot disclose the information because either the vendor has made it proprietary or like confidential, trademark secrets, those kind of stuff we cannot disclose. And so right now the vendor is Southwest Food Service Excellence, LLC. So hopefully that satisfies the question answer.
Board President, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
No, that doesn't satisfy my my question. Mr. Carlson, and I don't know if Ms. Chappelle is on.
She's in, not on. She's in the audience.
Mr. Carlson, I would, of course, with the other board members, I would like this to be for a rebid, because I just feel that we have more local vendors
who are qualified, and I also, we have qualified cafeteria workers who are in a supervisory position who are qualified to apply for this position. And I hadn't seen any internal advertisement for any of the cafeteria staff or cooks to apply internally. It's just been outside. So we haven't given the right of way for an internal applicant to apply. And I think that with the amount of service that some of these cafeteria workers have served should qualify experience to match a degree, because the last person that was the food service coordinator wasn't qualified for that position. He was just moved to the coordinator for CCSD. He wasn't qualified. He was just given that position. He was moved there, and he had no idea about the job description. So I'm getting two things that don't, two answers that are not satisfied, because we're requiring our own people who are experienced to have a degree, and what I'm hearing is that this position is so important because it's got USDA reporting to do. Why aren't we training that portion to the employees who we have already internally? And it's not really hard, because we have that's in our 8 components of the New Mexico PED wellness and holistic requirements, the USDA. And so the only time we were recognized for excellence in nutrition was when Miss Purcell was coordinator, because she worked and she went to those New Mexico PED meetings, and she adjusted the requirements, and she did it. And that's all we need to do with our internal applicants. They just need to attend those trainings with New Mexico PED, and I really think that we need to promote within. And from my understanding, there was another applicant, another entity that was not given a chance as well within our community. And so I think that, Mr. Carlson, that this needs to go up for rebid again, or we need to hire internally, and we need to really stand behind what we say to promote our own staff from within. And if they need training, we need to train them. That's the job of a director, a coordinator. We help all these other people who come in with no experience, and they get these coordinator positions, they get these director positions just given to them, and they don't have no idea what to do, but somehow they get training and they keep those positions. So can we please do something more with that, Mr. Carlson? Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for everyone concerned. I looked at this and I thought we were talking about food, okay? And then as you were going down that bullet point, and then we're looking at a group, food service group, and then I'm thinking Gallup. And then now I'm hearing about positions, and this is really, what is this really about? Is it on a position? Is it a, for the district's food source, or can you explain? Just either
Okay.
if it's a
Yes.
position that.
So, Board President, to answer your question, this is for the coordinator position to
Okay.
oversee our food service department.
Okay, now that brings me to this next question. You mentioned PED being the one that pushed this RFP. So to our board attorney, how is a position an RFP?
Can you hear me now? How about now? Okay. So in some circumstances, if we have an important position that's open, especially one that involves federal funds like this program does, they will want someone in that position to make sure we're managing those federal grants appropriately, especially on the food service side. So I can see how PED would be concerned about that position being opened, and similar to the other positions that we haven't been able to fill, like some of the social worker and those types of positions where we actually kind of have to go out and find an outside entity. It's similar to that. My understanding and is not that it's written in stone that it would be like this forever, right? It's just temporary until we can get our own person in that spot. And I do have an answer on the CEO question if you want me to answer that as well.
No.
It's public record. It's on the website. So all we have to do is look up the company and the CEOs on the website.
Now you made me forget my next question.
Sorry about that.
Okay, oh, what was, so with the way this, okay, what's the need for the school board if PET can do this? Not being mindful of our budget, of our purse.
Well, I don't think PED can order the school district necessarily to enter into this particular RFP, but what they can do, what they are doing, which is say, we're concerned about it, it needs to be filled, here's an option. That's kind of how it sounds to me. More of a, we recognize it's hard for you guys to find people, so here's an option. That's what it sounds like to me so far. But the board is the final authority on the issuance of the RFP. The board is the issuing authority. And so if the board decides to follow the recommendation from board member George, then the board has that authority to make that request.
What's the timeline on this? Are we at the 11th hour?
Board President, I wouldn't say the 11th hour. We have been utilizing Ms. Purcell since her retirement as a contract service to come and help in the capacity that she can help. But there is a lot of things in the food service department when it's dealing with, doing menus, ordering food, all of that stuff that, that's what this vendor is helping the district with. and trying to grow that program so that we are, providing good, nutritious meals that our students enjoy eating, and getting their input, and then, taking it back out to the classroom and stuff. So this is just the coordinator position. It does not impact any of our existing employees. Some districts have gone to the case that they have this vendor hire, those employees are their employees, and they take care of the whole food service department, and that's not what the district opt for when we put the RFP out and advertised it, because we do value our food service employees, and we have some that have many, many years experience and retirement in the ERB, and we did not want that to happen. We wanted those employees to stay CCSD employees. We just need this coordinator to help oversee this department and these employees. So that we're meeting all the requirements, we're not missing something that, our auditor might find that we missed, the state auditor might find that we missed a report or something. This individual is very well versed in all of those aspects. And we did advertise it publicly. It was available to all individuals to reply to the RFP. And like I said, we only had one reply to the RFP.
Comment.
Go ahead.
So this is almost similar to what we're dealing with in respects to, even in the maintenance department with the HVAC, you have to go to vendors who provide that service, and here we have a food service vendor who can provide that service so we can stay compliant with the state and the federal government, correct?
Correct.
And again, just for the time period, that will suffice for the PED, not that they're telling us what to do, but certainly we have to be compliant and follow, again, the federal laws and stipulations for providing the nourishment and the meals to the students. So I see where you're coming from. And again, we've had that conversation before, because even now, when you start talking about that, we're still in competition with other school districts around it for that service. And there's not a lot of people. In fact, I had a conversation with an individual in Durango about 4 months ago. And she's a nutritionist, but she prefers her personal practice over going into a school system and make more money.
I have a question, Madam President.
Yes, go ahead.
Candace, what is the scope of the timeline for this? Is it for just the school year and it'll be open again?
Board President, Board Member Wells, I will defer to Ms. Walters on that.
This is an RFP, so it was issued with a 1-year contract and then 3 years option to renew.
So if we had someone within the district who wanted to receive the training and apply for this later on, that would be an option that they could pursue after this contract is fulfilled for the year.
Ms. Walters, can you answer Mr. Wells?
I believe that that may be an option. It is renewable after the first year.
Yes,
And
the
if we
reason I
opt
asked the question,
to, and if we opt to hire someone that is qualified, I believe we have that option.
okay, the reason that I asked the question was Miss George expressed my understanding of, from what she said. She expressed a concern that certainly is valid that we hire within the district if that's a possibility, but if nobody applied, then perhaps they weren't qualified or didn't feel qualified. But if they knew that that option was going to be available within a year, then they could
Secretary
make
Wells?
Yes.
Can we hold off any discussion on that? You're scaring me. Let's for legal reasons and things like that. I'd like to go
Certainly.
ahead and,
Certainly we can hold off. I don't want to scare anybody.
Board President, if I may add something to hopefully not scare you. This position was advertised internal and external for almost a year. Maybe just shy a year. I would have to get with HR to tell you exactly how many months it was advertised.
Is it possible we can have put it back on the agenda next month?
That would be at your request, Board President.
I really like to have more discussion and an executive session and then go from there.
I'm open to whatever the board sees fit.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
So, Madam President, are you asking for that item to be pulled off the consent agenda?
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Board President?
Go ahead.
That's just like, if I made a thing to table it till your executive session that you recommended? Is that?
Mm-hmm.
Could we do that?
We're
Table
going
it
to
until
have it
your
on the agenda for next month, but
Yes.
and we'll have it in the executive session as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board President. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. We'll go on to item J, Human Resources Vacancy Listing, Hiring Process. J1 Visa Status by Carol Gonzalez.
Good evening, Madam President, Member Montoya, Member Vice President Haskey, I apologize, and Superintendent Carlson. I'm going to go ahead and have Tanya do the presentation on this portion. She's online, and then I will add in a little bit as as we go. Are you on, Tanya?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in terms of vacancy, we have 132 positions vacant in the system. 40 of those positions are in process, just meaning that we're somewhere in between the posting and the finalization of hiring for those people. We have 81 of those positions posted. And let me get to my spreadsheet and I'll break that down. Okay. Of those 81 positions, 1 is administrative, 14 are athletics and activities, 1 is data and technology, 16 are elementary school teaching, 1 is finance, 4 are food service, 13 are high school teaching, 10 are maintenance custodial operations, 2 are middle school, 5 are non-certified, so like our clerical and EA type positions, 11 are student support services, and 3 are transportation. Also, from that same 81, 1 is at Bond Wilson, 2 are at Career Prep, 17 are at the admin complex. Now, some of those can be the district, maybe it's a position that serves the district as opposed to one school. So it would be listed at the admin complex as opposed to the specific school. Also included in that are 2 that are district-wide, similar situation. 1 is at Eva B, 1 is at Judy Nelson, 1 is the Kirtland area, so more like a maintenance or a transportation position that's specific to the area. 2 are at Kirtland High, 2 are at Kirtland Elementary, 2 are at Kirtland Middle School, 1 is Kirtland Transportation, 7 at Mesa Elementary, 2 at Nashchitty Elementary School, 3 in the Newcomb area, 1 at Newcomb Elementary, 1 that is, 3 that are a split between Newcomb Elementary and Nashchitty Elementary, 3 that are a split between Newcomb High and Newcomb Middle, 9 that are at Newcomb High, 3 that are at Newcomb Middle, 1 at Najoni Elementary, 1 that is a split between Najoni and Oho, 3 at Oho, 10 at Shiprock High, 1 at Shiprock Transportation, 2 at Sebatai Middle School. And then in terms of processing, the HR department has processed 377 PARs since March the 1st until the present. And a PAR is a personnel action request, so that's whatever documentation that comes to our office that triggers a response in our system. So either a new hire, an employee transfer, an employee termination, something that requires us to process that information. 70 of those PARs were terminations, separations. 165 were for new hires, and 136 are for current employees, meaning they either transferred or most likely they're getting additional compensation, maybe the TESOL stipend or a test coordinator stipend, or maybe they're a current employee and they're also doing an athletics type position, something along those lines. So, questions on that?
Sam Ryan, what you just stated, that's in line with your front line that you have on your website, correct?
Correct. So Frontline and also the iVision system that we use. So both systems, yes.
Yeah, because I'm just looking at that now. Alrighty, thank you.
Sure.
Any
Other
questions, board members?
I have a question.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
She's like, no. With your internal listing, your internal postings, how long do you advertise those before they become external positions?
We don't distinguish. So we have a position that goes up when it's vacated for whatever reason, and it has to be posted for a minimum of 5 days. At that point, both internal and external applicants can apply. Within Frontline, there is a routing system, so an external applicant will fill out one application, and an internal applicant will fill out a very similar application, but the system tags them as an internal applicant. But we don't have anything that is specific to internal and then flips after a certain number of days. It's just open to anybody that's interested.
In terms of the processes, are there any cases or instances where you bypass, an applicant will bypass the interview and those protocols to be placed in positions?
No, what we train on and encourage in HR is that all qualified applicants are interviewed, and the qualifications are based off of the job description. So we post a position, say a custodian position, and the job description is attached to that posting. So the hiring manager, whoever that is, would look at the job description, look at the minimum qualifications, and then review all of the applicants that have applied for that position. So if any applicant is fully qualified, they get an interview.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So if you have an applicant that does apply and you find that through the interview process or that they're qualified in other areas where there's vacancies, do you try to help place them or say that they're more qualified for this certain position, this vacancy, or do you just or is it just for just that whatever they have had applied for in the beginning?
Great question. So one common misconception is that HR does the interviews. So the hiring manager, whoever that is, maybe it's the building principal or one of the district's coordinators or a district's director, they're the hiring personnel. HR, of course, will join any interviews that we're included in, asked to be a part of, and we do interviews for our own department. But that is really hard for me to say. I do know that some of the principals reach out and say, hey, we have this great candidate. They interviewed for this position, but I think they would be so much better for this other position. And then we reach out to them and encourage them to apply for everything that they're interested in and what they feel they might be qualified for. But that's really individualized to each interview process.
So in saying that, how many schools do we have and how many principals do we have and those are all HR?
You mean that are interviewing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So all of the building principals, all of the directors, some of the coordinators, but anybody who supervises a position does the interviews for the position that's specific to their department or their school location. At the principals training, HR did at the principals retreat, HR did a training on the recommendation interview, the entire process from start to finish, just detailing all of these so that we can make sure that the process is consistent from school to school, department, whatnot. But that's our biggest goal, is making sure that everybody that is qualified gets an interview. And another common practice that we have that I'm not sure folks are aware of, prior to the interviews, the position is closed on Frontline, which is where we advertise our positions. But what this does is it closes it to any applicants that could come in behind or after the fact and apply for an interview. Apply for the position and then miss out on the interview. So before the hiring managers do the interviews, we make sure that the position is closed so that they can thoroughly look at all of the applicants, consider who's qualified, who gets an interview, and make sure that all of those qualified applicants get an interview prior to a recommendation. Now, if a recommendation isn't made out of those interviews, then they reach back out to HR and we repost the position and then get some more candidates and we go forward from there.
Any questions, board members? Comments?
Question.
Go ahead.
What's your name again?
Ms. Gonzalez.
Ms. Gonzalez, since we've instituted the sign-on bonus, has that increased the interest of applicants?
I believe so, and Tanya could answer that a little bit more, but I do believe that that is something that's encouraging people to say, oh, this is good. So I think figuring out how to keep that, because we've got to look at the funding to see if that's something that we can continue, because I do believe that people, when they see that, they say, yes, this is what I want to do. I don't know if you have anything more on that, Ms. Tanya?
Yeah, I think it's a great recruitment tool that the district has been able to put out this year. Another aspect, if funding allows, that I would really like us to be able to look into is a greater retention tool. The retention bonuses that were given were fabulous, wonderful. I think went a long way in acknowledging the employees that are continuing employment. But, if we look at that amount versus the sign-on bonus, there's a bit of a discrepancy. And I've heard that concern from some of the folks that were leaving, that if that amount had been a little bit greater, maybe they would stay. But also another thing that I think our school district is experiencing, and all school districts are experiencing, is there's just not the workforce, the qualified workforce to come in and fill all of these positions. So it's really the candidates market. They can look at our school district, Farmington School District, Cortez School District, Gallup School District, and really pick and choose and put in numerous applications and have numerous interviews and recommendations. Whatever we can do to really stand out in that current market is great, but I don't know how we can compete and continue to compete with others when there's just such a need. We can have fabulous bonuses. I heard one of the districts down south, I don't remember exactly which one, but they have a $20,000 signing bonus. That's hard to compete with. So one of the things that our department, the HR department, really, really strives to do is provide that customer service so that the employees, while they're with us, remember the great service, remember the everything great about the district. Steve had talked earlier, about some of the comments that the district had in terms of other districts nearby. So I think that if that's a goal, that's how we're going to retain people, not necessarily the bonus. The bonus is nice, the retention bonus, sign-on bonus, all that's great, but it's how we treat the people while they're here that they're going to remember, and that's what's going to make them stay.
Right, and make recommendations, and it's the whole package, kind of like the JROTC. What does the whole package look like? Is it housing? Is it, do we have the resources for everybody?
Yeah, I understand, and I've been saying that since the first month I got on the board, is we have to start looking at it as a business. And I remember somebody had said that it's not just that you're interviewing their interviewee, but they're also interviewing you to see if if you are a good fit for them. So we must do everything we can from a business perspective, certainly to make ourselves attractive enough to be able to compete with everybody else around us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members, comments? Anything on the J1?
Yes, so what we're trying to do right now is so the J1s have transitioned out.
What was that? That wasn't an owl, was it? Did you see it?
I didn't see it.
Yeah. Man, I hope that wasn't an owl.
I didn't see anything.
Yeah, it was right behind me.
Right behind me? I heard the noise, but I didn't. What does that mean? Not good?
Warning.
A warning?
A warning. Did you know that when your water bottles and the water are measured like that, what it has in there is it, because of the heat and because it's been bottled so long, and it's been probably bottled for about 6 months, sitting in the warehouse, so the stuff that they put in there, it becomes, well, all the chemicals in it with the heat, and it turns into being alcohol, which is actually sort of bad. And that's what's causing sterilization of milk. So what they ask you to do is to fight against that, is to pour the water into a glass. Let it stay there, air out for about a good hour. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Nothing? Was that a bird? Oh, good. No, I mean, it's good that it's a bird, not an owl. Good.
Okay, Carol.
Okay, so basically the J1 is shifting over to an HB1 visa, and that allows them to become residents. What we're trying to do is work with the Polo. There's a little bit of conflict right now that's occurring, and so in the past, and the reason it's taking so long is the Philippine Overseas Labor Office is requiring their stamp on the visas, and they're kind of requiring a little bit more different of a process. So before they could just get their visa and then a stamp, and they're making it a little bit more difficult. And so we have to use an agency on our side. And the problem that we're running into is that without an RFP or some kind of mechanism to go out and do more work with these type of visas, we're limited to that 60,000. And so we've been held back on that 60,000. And so Tanya can talk a little bit more in a few minutes about the cost. We can fast process, which is a lot more expensive, or we can do the regular process, which takes a lot longer. And so what we're trying to do is we've sent the paperwork. Tanya has been working on this hard. We got the information for the office in DC. We're sending over all the documentation so we can try and fast process these. It will still require the use of this other entity on our side in the United States. However, what it will do is we can fast process and get them here quicker in terms of waiting months. Tanya has some information regarding, there are still, am I correct? You said there was still some J1s that, or some H1Bs that were processed like in February and still aren't here?
Correct. So just real quick on the J1s, there are 5 that are currently in the district, and their visa will expire this June of 2024, and they will have to exit the country, similar to the ones that we had to exit last year. While they're out of the country, they need to wait 2 years, and then they can come back. At that point, we can hire them on as an H1B if we so choose. So currently, we are processing visas for 23 H1B visa candidates. We do have some room to bring on a few more, but like Carol had said, it's really kind of a number crunch. So when I initiate a visa, there's a possibility of premium processing. And what that allows the visa company to do is, well, and the government to do, is get the visa fast-tracked, which will save us about 2 months. Now, overall, if you look at the process, we've had some of the folks that recommendations were received, well, one of the people, actually, I should say, their recommendation was received in the latter part of January. That person still has not arrived in the country, and I'll get into reasons for that. We have a more recent person that we just initiated the visa, and that was just a couple of days ago. Hopefully that process is being streamlined in terms of many factors that are affecting why these folks can't get here. One of the factors is the premium processing, like I said. So if we had more money, we could get a fee added on to the regular visa fee. So the regular visa fee is $2,660. If we were to premium process, the total bill would be $5,100. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact amount, but $5,100 some odd dollars. The bulk of that money is a fee that goes straight to the U.S. government to fast track this paperwork. That would save us about 2 months. Now, if you think back to the person that I said was recommended in late January, certainly the entire process shouldn't take up to 7 months. But here are some of the factors that we're experiencing that we haven't had to deal with in the past. So one of the main ones being for a person that we initiate a visa, their license needs to be fully issued prior to the visa being issued. This wasn't a practice that was common to us when we were hiring H-1Bs about 7 years ago when I started with the district. This is a new way, I think a new restriction in terms of the US government. But if we have a candidate that doesn't have their New Mexico license issued, then the visa process can be flagged for a request for evidence, an RFE. If it gets flagged, that can add anywhere from a month to 2 months to the process. So I'm hesitant to get a petition filed prior to a license being issued. Another factor that we're experiencing is PED over the summer changed to a new vendor for background checks. Prior, we used to be able to get a foreign national started, and then when they got here, do the fingerprints for licensure. We also do a second set of fingerprints for employment. Both of those we could do in-house, and we would get a return on those reports within a couple of days. PED now has a new system. We aren't able to do these fingerprints in-house. We're having to have people come to our office, register, and then go off-site. There's a place in Farmington where they can have these fingerprints done. There's a place in Cortez. There's a place in Gallup. But all this being said, it's delaying the process by days, sometimes by a week. Once a fingerprint is done in terms of licensure, that information goes to PED. PED is telling us that it takes 72 hours for that fingerprint to link up with a license application. If the candidate doesn't have a license application pending, then it has nothing to link up to. So that takes even longer. So we're really stressing with our foreign nationals, and actually any of our new hires, get a license application started, pending, so that when the fingerprint is done for licensure, all of this can link up, because the district is not allowed to bring on a certified position or even a non-certified position like an EA, but a position that requires a license. We are not able to start them in employment until their background check is cleared with PED. So I think it was sometime last week, I was following up on some fingerprints from PED, and I got an automatic response that their office was closed while they were remodeling. So you can imagine my frustration. The whole process is already extremely delayed. A lot of extra factors are built in, and now they're remodeling, so their office is closed. In the meantime, our district, many districts across the state, are held hostage while all this is happening. I think it's getting better. It's not great, but one of the things that we're doing within our office to get past all of this is to get back to where we can do the fingerprints in-house. We've got to purchase the equipment. We have to get the clearance with the vendor, a lot of factors, but we're hoping that maybe by December we're able to do these processes in-house, make it quicker. So if we have a candidate that clears all of these hurdles, their visas issued, their backgrounds checked, their licenses issued, now what we're experiencing is, like Carol said, the POLO issue, the Philippines Overseas Labor Office. It's literally a stamp that these candidates need on a piece of paper. So our office has to work with an agency in the Philippines, and the candidates that we're bringing on also have to work with that same agency. We submit some paperwork to the embassy in Washington, the Philippines embassy. They review it. They then send it on, once it's approved by them, to the consulate in the Philippines. Once it's approved by them, then they can reach out to the people that we have recommended and give them this stamp. With this stamp, they can then schedule an appointment to exit the country. So that's where we are in all of it. We've got 23 people, somewhere in between all of that. Once we get all of those hurdles overcome and processes streamlined, I think we'll be able to get folks on faster. But if we were able to premium process, that would help even more. So if you think about these 23 positions that we're waiting on, these 23 positions now have long-term substitutes in the classroom that are holding down the fort until these folks can get here. So if we could premium process, we could go in excess of this $60,000 procurement cap, we can really start to address some of our issues and really be a competitor, like I was saying earlier, in terms of other districts. I know a lot of other districts aren't utilizing the visa route. This has been a positive route for us. It's helped us fill our vacancies. It's built long-term relationships, and I think, you know, this is an answer that some of the other districts aren't able to go down, but we can.
So to add on to that, so I've reached out to CES, and I'm looking at for us, what would an RFP look like if we were to procure those services? Because without that ability to fast pay, we're kind of limited to, like what she said, about 20-some employees. Now, what's going to happen is eventually in time, we won't have that many because not as many are going to be returning. So a big bulk of them left at the same time. So now we're kind of in a bind. So what I'm proposing, and it's something that you guys can think about with the J1, with the HB1, is with that vendor, 60,000 is a cap before you get a procurement violation, and you would need to go out and do an RFP. So we're looking at that. I would like to see if you're interested in, would you want to go ahead and have a procurement violation, fast track these employees, get them here so that we're serving the students, and we take the finding, and I know it's my fault for taking the finding, and I'll take the finding. I spoke with Byron about this, and I said, hey, I have a question for you. I said, this is what I'd like to recommend. It's up to you. You know, tell me if I'm out of league, what I need to do. And I told him the process, what I wanted to do, that I would take the finding for a year while we go ahead and it won't be on the current audit that we're doing. It would be on next year's audit at the end of this fiscal year. But basically, he said, Carol, I would do exactly what you're saying. I would, if I was wearing Byron's finance director hat, I would do exactly what you're doing. He said, and yes, as an auditor, I will give you a finding, but we know that you're working towards getting that corrected. But it's up to you guys to decide, and that's where I'm offering. Are you wanting to weigh bringing some people faster? Because at this point, that's where we're stuck kind of right now. So that's something we just need to weigh. And so we're presenting that to you as an option.
If we're going to bend the laws or break the laws, why don't we take a busload of our foreigners down to Mexico, then let them cross back over? It seems like when you do things that way,
yeah,
you know, it's faster, and yet we're trying to follow the laws, and we're trying to be legal,
right.
and we end up having to send them back home for 2 years, and who suffers? You know, those were
students
needed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, we're looking at, like I said, also the RFP to see if we can get that going. I know what happens when you deal with like attorneys involved in it. The costs are even way more expensive. You're talking like 10 to 13,000 per visa. So it's just trying to figure out what does the district want to do, because I know we're in a need. You know, we have a lot of need, and we'll continue working on. I'm still trying to find other districts that could potentially, we get together and maybe draw up an RFP together to see if we can do something like that.
Is that something we can get through the school store?
No, ma'am.
Got a question.
At Walmart.
Go ahead.
So how does a reconciliation process work once the 60,000 is exceeded? In this case, knowingly. Would we just have to go back and approve what was over the 60?
Yeah, we would just keep utilizing that same contract, and then, like I said, Mr. Manning is aware of it. I've done this before in other districts. Sometimes it's, finding sometimes can be learning and can be beneficial. And it's just depending on what is the best, what's the need of the district? Is it worth taking that finding, which is a paper write-up, and getting what we need? And so we would just have to continue with that.
I understand where you're coming from, because again, last night, one of the comments or the questions were in regards to how much we spent on, and hopefully I'm not diverging too far, but how much we were spending on keeping San Juan Generating Station open, okay? And to me, I explained it at the end of the meeting that it was an investment, because it is. It's an investment in our communities and our families, in the children and our students. And in the sense that you're talking about, again, that reconciliation process is there for a reason, and this reason is to comply with the Yazzie Martinez court determination, a decision to provide that education to the at-risk students within our communities. So, in my humble opinion, it would certainly worth being the violation in respects to violating what? The educational needs of our students?
Right.
So that outweighs anything.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
And just one more comment. We might be able to resolve the issue through CES, because I've contacted David Chavez directly. He's interested in working with the company that we're working with. The company told me they were willing to work with CES, whereas in the past, Mr. Chavez told me that they tried to go down that road and they were told no. This vendor said, I am willing to work with them if that's something that we can do. If that's something that can happen between this time that we get this done, we might not end up with a procurement violation. So I'm continuing to work on that, but in the meantime, I just wanted to let you know that's a potential option.
So, by going this route, wanted to ask the board attorney, what legislatively can we assist or what can we do?
With respect to this particular situation, we are in a tough spot, and it is that better? We don't have a lot of options. I think the recommendations that Ms. Gonzalez has brought to you are really good ones. I have been in similar situations when I was at DOT where we had to potentially make calls like this. And so I think her analysis and the advice from Mr. Manning are sound. It sounds like we have a little bit of time to figure out if we can make it work under the current contract, and then come back and then I think maybe, it doesn't sound like a board decision is needed right this second, right, Ms. Gonzalez?
No, because we still have room on that PO, but I just want it to become an action item and you give us the advice. Can we fast process or not? That's what we need to know. So, and if it needs to wait till the next meeting,
I'm saying, I'm asking this question mainly to, you're saying that we will get a finding, maybe we can prevent it by, legislatively
I see what you're saying.
trying to go, through that path too. And opening their eyes to this issue. And, you know, with Gallup and I'm pretty sure it's just not Gallup and.
It's a lot of
Yeah,
districts that are having
a
this
lot.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you, Board President. I understand your question a little bit better. And certainly if it does get to the point where we have to take a finding, we definitely can give Mr. Manning quite a bit of verbiage talking about the situation, the emergency status. It is an emergency status. In some ways, it's almost analogous to a sole source because we have become very dependent on that source of teacher source, I guess. And there aren't any other sources out there right now. We are nationally having a teacher shortage. So I think there's quite a bit of room here to make that emergency exception. Getting something done legislatively is a possibility, but it is a 30-day, so we'd have to talk about essentially having the legislature come up with some type of exception, which would be an emergency exception, which this is.
Well, I think we still need to stay with it because, you know, I think it was already pursued, Senate-wise, Congress, and we need for them to stay with it, you know, and continue, and then maybe that would help the exploitation too. A lot of they're trying to pay off these fees, you know, when they do come, and I just think that we need to keep on top of it.
Comment.
Board President
Montoya had his hand up.
So, in respects to what we're talking about here, I did have a conversation with a immigration lawyer down in Cloudcroft, and I was asked if we were still in this predicament of a shortage and the Filipino nationals and keeping people in district, which was an obvious. Told her how much we lost and at the end of the school year. And I started breaking down exactly why, and she had asked me, did you receive a letter from the governor in support? And I told her, I said, I was the one that asked for that. And that's really a precursor to what we're talking about here for legislative action, because she lays out that justification for the state legislature to act. And I believe that was disseminated to everybody maybe month and a half ago, if I'm not mistaken, through the governor's office. If not, I can re-forward it again, but I know that I've seen an email thread with the board president's name on it, and I believe it was the superintendent's coming from the governor's office. But my point is, again, is that's a precursor to the actions of the state legislature to do something about it. But in that conversation with this lady, she was saying that the U.S. State Department, Education State Department, actually had a waiver process about 20 years ago that they were utilizing to extend those visas. And I just received a text from her today about furthering those discussions, because I told her I was setting up meetings in D.C. in September with our congressional representatives to have a further conversation to see if they can revisit that at the educational, the U.S. State Education Department of Education, excuse me, to try to revisit that. So, to your point, Ms. Aspas, during the PLC, that we're not done yet, because we're certainly trying to extinguish every avenue that we can. And again, I think by pushing the governor to sign that letter of support is the first step in getting something done through the state legislature.
Board President, just to follow up on what you were saying and what Board Member Montoya was saying, We did do a resolution in support of this issue. My recommendation, given this current situation, is that the board consider approving another resolution about this emergency situation, so that if, in fact, we do have to move forward in this kind of time crunch scenario, we will have that memorialized in the record, and that would help the auditors. So that's number one. And then number two, given that it is a 30-day session, which is mostly obviously a budget session, there's nothing stopping us from getting the legislature to do a joint memorial supporting this, which would help us in Congress. It is more of a federal issue than it is a state issue, which is why I'm saying that. And so the more that we can arm our congressional delegation with resolutions, and to Board Member Montoya's point, letters from the governor, etc., and our own resolution talking about the need and the emergency situation, that does really help put pressure on those entities to try to resolve the problem. It also sounds to me like there's some pushback, obviously, coming from the home country, and just looking at news reports, they also are feeling the crunch, and so part of the reason we're seeing this is they want to retain and bring back their skilled workforce, and so we're kind of competing for the same commodity.
Board President, may I add a little bit in terms of the emergency need?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the factors contributing to this emergency need is we had 27 J1 visa holders that had to leave June 30th of 2023. That is huge in terms of any district, filling 27 positions. I would say probably 26 of those positions were certified positions. That was a huge hit that is super hard for any district to overcome. But that's just in addition to all of our regular resignations and separations. So that's a great part of our need. One of those folks did submit a waiver request, and only one, well, several of those people, I think probably almost all 28 of them, submitted waiver request, and that waiver being a waiver of the 2-year stay home, return home requirement by the Philippines government. So one of those applications for a waiver was approved, and that is because that particular person was married while in the country, so she was allowed to stay here. But all of the others that submitted waivers, those waivers were denied. But I think, like Jermaine is talking, if we can memorialize some of that and get this need documented, in addition to the need that the Philippines government is also addressing. But I think all of this information would go a long way in helping us to address our issue. I don't anticipate having such a huge need outside of this school year. Next year, I can't imagine that we're going to need to hire so many folks. So this exception that we're asking for, in addition to all of this documentation, I really don't know that it would exist outside of the 23-24 school year. But if the foundation is laid and the documentation is there, should we get into another situation, I think it's only going to benefit us in years to come.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, I guess when's the next time to have this on the agenda, do you think? Or we could hear something in
next month?
We could put it next month, and we can continue doing some work on it. And get some more, a little bit of updates.
Okay.
Board President, would you like me to work with staff on drafting that resolution?
What's that?
Would you like me to work with staff on drafting that resolution? Yes, ma'am.
Question. We all received that notice for the upcoming legislative committee and submittals for possible legislation. I think this certainly would be the time to be able to do that and forward that to that committee to get support.
I think really those questions should be asked with Superintendent Carlson here for that drafting of the resolution, and then I think for our sake as a board to I believe that you know what our vision is and what our as far as the J1 and to be involved so that we know, and then as you talked about the legislative part of it. Did you get that from Board Member Montoya? Okay. We'll go on to the next item.
Next will be the accounts payable documents. And hopefully you can make them big because I cannot see that at all. So this is the activity distribution list by vendor. It's very small right now since we're at the very first month. And we can move on to the next one. And then this is the distribution listing for, I believe it's all vendors by operational. Yeah, I can hardly read that. Here's the outstanding check listing. And this one is all, I believe it's operational. Is that what the title said? Okay. And then the outstanding check listing for activities. Right now there's nothing for the period. And then here we've got the expenditures on the general funds, 11,000 to 23, the summaries. Can you expand that a little bit bigger? Okay, and then just go down to the bottom. So right now looking about 895,761.40 spent for the month of July for all those funds of the 55 million budgeted. This will be expenditures for the grants, 24 to 29. Not probably too many as we are just starting the beginning of the year. So, and those are all done by fund. And so in grand total, there's 41 million and 683,444.99 spent for the month of July. This is expenditures for capital outlay and debt services. This is a pretty big one usually. 121 million. Can you expand a little bit bigger? 5.1 million spent in the month of July. And then our revenues coming in. These will be kind of low to begin with. We're just starting to do the collections. Looking at 5.7 million. The majority of that was the first month's SEG. So those will start getting bigger as the months go by. And then your federal grants. The majority of this money that's been received are final year-end RFRs. And so we'll get those probably July, August, and a little bit in September as they pay out. But again, those are the majority of reimbursements from prior year. And then this is capital outlay and debt services. 7.1 million budget, 40,000 received in mostly the ad valorem taxes and all of those funds. Then attached is all the invoice journal detail for all of the operational, and I believe it goes through all the other funds in detail. How many pages? 70-some pages? Okay, yeah. And there's a recap by the account there at the end. And then listed here are I believe, is it the construction? I can't. Oh, it's JOM, okay. I'm sorry, I'm blind as a bat. And so just getting started on JOM as well. With that, I stand for any questions. Is there anything you would like for future in deliverance, something different? And I'll go from there.
Did you happen to share the impact aid, if any?
It should be in there. Let's go back and look at it would probably be under the operational.
I know it comes.
Yeah, it's very rare
Yeah.
to get it.
And
I don't
if-
think we've received any yet.
Okay.
At this moment.
If nothing, then.
Don't worry about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we actually were, I need to look at that because we were trying to figure out at what year are they actually reimbursing us for at this point in time. I'm not sure yet, so we're kind of looking at that.
Typical impact aid office.
Yeah. And next month, I'll go ahead and, as you suggested in the work session, we'll look at the utilities and do a comparison of possibly the 2 prior years, month by month with the current on utilities, so that we can get a idea what utilities are doing from prior years to current.
Okay. That's it. Any questions, board members, comments? Okay, we're going on. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. And going on to item 5. And I believe we are pulling item I, section 4, item I, which is the RFP 2023 FS 108 Food Services Fixed Price by Candace Thompson. Could I have a motion to remove from consent agenda.
I motion.
The second.
I second.
Okay, we'll vote. Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya.
No.
So I vote yes. So item 4, section 4, item I, it was pulled from consent agenda for discussion, for more discussion. Oh, that's right. Okay, item L. Section 6, item L. Okay, going on to section 7, executive session. Convene in executive session, discussion on ongoing personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, section 10-15-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion certain purchases regarding Newcomb facilities and RFP 23-550-147 and RFP 2023 maintenance 106 as permitted under NMSA 1978 section 10-15 1H6 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
we're going to approve the consent agenda with the amendment.
Okay. We'll back up. So, section 6 consent agenda with the amendment of pulling item L.
Motion
Okay.
to approve the consent agenda with the amendment.
And the second.
I second.
Okay. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
okay, and I vote yes. So, well, on to 7, section 7, executive session. Do I need to reread? Okay.
For the record.
Convene in executive session, discussion on ongoing personnel matters regarding the board's goals and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion certain purchases regarding Newcomb facilities and RFP 23 SS0147 and RFP 2023 maintenance 106 as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H6 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. So can I have a motion?
Motion to convene an executive session.
I second.
Okay, Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells, Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
Yes.
and Board Member Montoya.
Yes.
And I vote yes. 5-0. We are now going into executive session. Excuse me. The right sheet. Okay, we are on item B, section 7, reconvening in open session. Stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion on ongoing personnel matters regarding the board's goal and expectation of the superintendent as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 1015-1 H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Discussion on certain purchases regarding Newcomb facilities and RFP 23 SS 0147 RFP 2023 maintenance 106 as permitted under NMSA 1978 section 1015-1 H6 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Motion
And-
to reconvene.
Yes. A second?
I second.
Okay. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George, Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah, on the chat. Do I need to read item C? Okay.
For the record.
Possible, item C, possible action items on matters discussed in executive session. Number 1, RFP 2023 maintenance, 106 eradication, and medication of pests and varmints. Recommendation. To award bid to San Juan Wildlife Services LLC RFP 23SS0147 Applied Behavioral Analysis Therapist. Recommendation to award bid to the Stepping Stones Group, Gifted Healthcare, Point Quest Group. So a motion to approve RFP 23SS0147 and RFP 2023 maintenance 106.
Motion to accept.
A second?
I second.
And vote. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George,
She said yes.
and Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. And I'll need a motion to direct Board Counsel Chappelle to draft a board resolution and chapter house resolution describing the importance of upgraded power facilities and substation at Newcomb.
Motion.
A
I second.
And we'll vote. Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
Board Member George. I'm sorry.
She said yes.
Okay, Secretary Wells
Yes.
and Board Member Montoya. And I say yes. Okay, so item B, requested action items and or reports for next meeting. A, possible items for next meeting.
I'd like a update on the ESSER funds, amount left. Where we're applying it, and what the considerations are for expenditure. Also, and I don't know if this would just be how we could construct this, but since we're scrutinizing field trips, fundraisers, I think it would at least a consideration to look at all of the proposed what do they call those when they want to open a position? FTEs. That's it, FTE. I mean, is that something that just emanates from a director or the department, or because again, if we're going to scrutinize field trips and fundraisers, and when labor is the most expensive part of our operation, I think it's under the purview of the board to certainly have those brought to us to consider that for funding aspects.
Are you talking about new FTEs or existing FTEs?
Not to discuss that here, but I try to construct that on the agenda to have that discussion. Or if it's something you can just bring to us to say, hey, yeah, this is, we can do this. But I certainly would like that as a consideration for us to look at. Does that kind of make sense?
No, not entirely.
Not at all?
A little bit. So are you looking at open positions now, or when it, just the process?
No, I mean, let's say I'm the director of, pick a department.
Yeah, any department.
Any department.
Yeah.
And I think we need a coordinator, or I think we need a specialist.
No.
Well, the FTE has to be corrected. Well, if you just said no to that, well, then that's all fine and well, but.
Okay, yeah, we can talk about it and talk about the process. Since, you know, I was the one who was sitting in this chair when the Legislative Finance Committee was doing the report, and we're not creating positions.
Okay.
We're not looking at new positions. We filled, like for instance, we did have a finance position that we filled, but we had another one that we didn't. We had a human resources position that we didn't. So,
yeah, well, okay, well then that, I guess
so,
that's a good segue into it is, I mean, because inevitably you're going to say no to a request. And again, I don't want to get too far into the weeds about it, but I guess that would be a good explanation to the board on how that process is occurs.
Yeah, that's an interesting debate and question about whether or not, because it has happened, and it's been a no, generally speaking, but there are folks, that's why we kind of are where we are. Hey, I need this, I need a new position for this, I need a new position for that. And, you know, if that were something that the board had control on, that I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay.
You know, especially a central office position. And we generally go with board recommendations. You know, like for instance, the reading interventionists, those were created, but with board suggestion.
Understood.
As to put those in the buildings rather than the other, so.
So maybe an explanation of the process and the consideration, like I said, especially if somebody was asking, and again,
sure,
it affects the budget, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Vice President Husky, do you have anything for next meeting?
I can't think of anything right now. If I do, I'll send an email. Thank you.
Secretary Wells?
I have nothing.
Board Member George?
She has nothing. She has nothing.
Okay, for myself, I have the Newcomb, if anything, any updates. And, I have, for New Mexico Athletic, excuse me, NMAA, I'd like to, I think there was some, updates given, and they probably said it there at the Cloudcroft, what those updates were. I think there's zero tolerance on parents. They'll ask, not only them to leave the gym, but also their
There's like a
athlete.
two-strike thing.
Yeah,
Strikes.
their athlete has to go too.
I didn't hear anything about that when I was down there, that they were talking
Huh.
about NMSA.
Want
So,
updates?
yeah, and if we can get an update on what they recently agreed on, and then how, I don't know, maybe that's a question for, not PED, the Mexico School Board Association, but, I just don't see how an athletic director can, they're voting on things like that. And kind of like voting, for the board. And, so I'm just wondering, those questions and then how and why, if he voted, why that was. And then also how the update on the jerseys, the jerseys that are memorialized. Are they all documented? Are they, that's a process we still haven't come up with, what criteria, because you got one individual over here that's, the other ones were military, killed in action, and then, terminal illness, and, but there's an athlete that's still living, but, where the board hasn't, come up with any kind of criteria, so that's what we need to do too. That's all I have. Trying to remember, but if you guys have anything, think of anything, just call, let Sharon know. She'll ask. She'll notify me about it, and we'll see how heavy the agenda is at that point, and then try to get it on. So plus and deltas, 9. Vice President?
I think we cover a lot of information. It was really good. Thank you.
Secretary Wells?
I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Board Member George?
She said plus we address issues.
Board Member Montoya.
Ditto.
And for myself, just really try to stay within the time. Yeah, but, I do feel like some of these you can't just wrap up in 3 minutes and 5 minutes, and especially when you have somebody sneezing like an elephant. No, I'm just kidding. So, we did good. And item 10, adjournment. I have a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Vice President Haskey,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Board Member George. Yes.
She said
yes.
And Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
and I say yes. Good night.